Good afternoon. Welcome to the Globex edition of the risk neutral trading stream. Took a little break here for an hour or so. Yeah, this is my virtual trading journal. This is the Globex edition, and I'm doing this because I'm investigating if there's interesting trade opportunities in the opening range trade for this Globex and or the Asia sessions. So we're out of the gate now. First, I should say that the theory of this journal is that I capture everything on my two monitors here, Bookmap and IRT, in the video, and then my voiceover provides insight as to what I was thinking at that moment, and that's how I complete the journal, and it works out pretty well. Certainly better than if I were screen snapping and typing and stuff like that, and I'm able to focus completely on the market, my market, the trades, the right here, the right now. And I only trade structured, statistically verified trades, which I've done the homework for, and I only trade live, real time, never recording, never playback, never, oh well, I took it up here and I got down here, looking in the rearview mirror on a chart, some chart or the other, ever. So it's always live or it's not, or there's no trade. Simple as that. So we're off and running here. The first thing I'm going to do is put my indicator on here, Mr. Blue Boy. And that is the first print of the session every night or every day. And the purpose for that is as the session, as we progress here, and I glance left over here and see that, I know that I have the full session in view because this is the first print and here's the current market. So there we are. And I can tell you this is not right just by looking at it right here. I'll change this. Hold on. Give me a minute. I'm just a little bit... This afternoon stream is not... this Globex stream's a new one for me. And I need to be a little better about it. I'm going to leave that there and call it square. All right. Yeah. So this is it. And having said this about my virtual journal and that I only trade live, I only trade statistically verified trades. I anticipate them as they set up. When there's a trigger, I take it, then I manage the trade. So this stream is not meant for financial or trade advice. And there's a disclaimer in the description. Please read that. But, I mean, it's my virtual trading journal, so how could I possibly not include my trades? What I do is stream this and allow anybody to look over my shoulder or comment, and the purpose for that is to be completely transparent and fully accountable. And also to, if we, improve and grow. This is not a my way or the highway deal. This is a collaborative effort, hopefully making some progress. That's the whole idea. Anyway, so there we go. Okay. I have no idea. I don't think there's any craziness going on in terms of speeches and things. Trump, he's going to speak again on the 3rd tomorrow at 9 o'clock in the morning. Son of a gun. I'd let it up. Not that there's anything wrong with the President of the United States speaking, and it's certainly not any kind of political comment, but there is anytime particularly him or anybody else speaks lately, there's a big risk potential for the auction, for our trading auction. And as traders today, your primary focus is to preserve your account, and the ultimate, the fundamental way you do that is trade management. So trade management depends on risk management. So there you go. I always keep an eye on, if I can, on if and when they're speaking and what times, and stay away from the market in those periods. So here we go now. What have we done here? There's the first 6 minutes. Okay, so let's see now, what the heck am I talking about next? Okay. Since this market gets ripping right off, I'm used to my my pre-market in the mornings here. It starts at 8 o'clock, and I have a full 30 minutes to go through everything. We're right into the market now, right on the market open. So for the Globex stream, and this is the range so far and the zones for our data analysis, data-based trading. Here is our IRT, Investor RT, which is my basic charting package. Here is a high time frame chart, so you get an idea where we are and what we're doing here. This is today's RTH session right there. A doji, I guess you call that, and then yesterday, and down we go. The way this higher time frame micro composite chart works is, I guess I should start by saying, in all of these IRT windows, if you notice in the header of the little chart window here, you'll see the instrument, the periodicity, the chart type, and the session. So these are daily, micro ES, daily chart, daily candles. So each one of these candlesticks represents one full day RTH session. This one started at 8:30 this morning and just concluded now. You can see that over here. Now, wherever price overlaps, I pull a volume profile around them, and that way I get a micro composite POC. I get these high and low volume nodes, which are graphically represented here by the red and green lines, and the values are in push to book map, and then I get the session prices over here. So what the volume is, 56% of average. Not very breathtaking, huh? And there's a similar tab for the minis. Okay. Well, we're going to start with as soon as we can here, because this time goes by pretty fast, I've noticed. Just looking around. Let me just further with that whole story. Here's the book map, which is my execution platform. Heat map, that thing. The columns from right to left are the micro composite values that I enter manually from the micro composite chart we just looked at. The high and low volume nodes are in here automatically. And this is the volume profile for the full session, which started just now at the top of the hour, 9 minutes ago. This is the volume profile and delta for the RTH session, and they will reset tomorrow morning at 8:30. This is the statistics column with the statistic open type we had for this morning at 8:30, and the the probabilities by percentage of for the various session prices. Now the session is closed, and we've started a new. Now we're now trading for Thursday, right? So these will be changed, and we'll put in all the new values and everything, determine the open time, and put in the values tomorrow morning during the pre-market from 8 to 8:30 here on the stream. And these are the session prices for now. And here are two of the most important columns from the dome, because I no longer have a dome on Bookmap. I was never trading off of it, and so I wanted to have more real estate back, trading off the mouse and on the chart. So this is the full level 2 dome ask and bid, and these are the prices. And now there's no indicator on Bookmap or IRT. I trade on volume, statistics, price. I'm a real keep it simple, stupid KISS guy, right? So here we have the POC for the full session, which is nothing more than the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. So far, at 75.35.75, we've traded 295 contracts right here. The minute one of these other levels or prices trades 296, this yellow line will move there. That's that simple. This is the Globex VWAP, which is volume weighted average price, mid, and there's a volume weighted average price for the RTH session also. And this is the orb or the high of the opening range or high of the ETH period so far. In the RTH session, these will be referred to, I would refer to these as the initial balance high and low. This is the opening range high and low. And then these are percentages of this range. Simple. Oh, man. Hugged the cat, and I'm having a dandruff cat eye attack. Okay. And so we're 12 minutes into the session. Getting this down there, we got it down to 5 minutes. That's a little slower. Okay, I got all of that, I think, all tidied up. This is where I trade live. Now that's something that's pretty important. In order to trade live on Bookmap, we need to activate the trade control panel here and select an account we're going to use. And then we can close that back down and we get all of the metrics, cancel and close. I didn't put any brackets or any kind of order parameters over here because I'm going to do that now with a multi-brackets. So the first thing we want to do is select the correct statistic or journal. And I'll be real honest with you. I've never gone to this Bookmap journal to see what the hell the thing looks like, but I just out of habit always make sure it's going to the right accounts. Multi-brackets. Boom, multi-brackets right there. And we're going to be trading this 2-lot high volatility, I'm sorry. Okay, and we're going to do the multi-account trading because we want to have every trade that's taken here on Bookmap is copy traded to 4 other accounts. That's how you scale, a multiplication. I can't think of the right word. Multiplication of scale, or anyway. The reason I'm using Lucid rather than my AMP live accounts is I needed to risk down from minis, from micros, to micros, and I wanted to do some testing for the hedge thing and from these opening range at night sessions. So rather than just trade a sim account, which is nothing, but practice. Okay. I can use these lucid accounts, which is the best risk to reward and return on investment, because I can trade size that I want up to 20 micros and two minis, and I can trade and I can get paid, especially by using that economy of scale with the copy trade thing. So I have a good risk to reward and payouts, and I can still have a minimal risk. It's actually very asymmetrical risk. So that's why I'm doing that. And then when this is worked out, if it looks like there's value here and I have that risk trade management worked out properly in the RTA session, back to the live account. It's no different for me right now. Absolutely no difference in trading. The same rhythmic data. It's this exact same setup on both of my accounts. It's exactly the same fills, and I get paid. So there you go. Live trading. Now, one other step to take for back testing and forward testing. As I said, I only trade structured trades, vetted, statistically verified to have a positive edge or expectancy, and that's done. That homework is done by me. So this is the trade setup, for example, for this initial balance trade. The computer will trade this without discretion, and anytime, and this won't happen today and tonight, because these are only RTH session on this one. When it enters a trade, or whatever, takes profit, whatever it does, those are entered over here on the visualization chart. This chart has nothing to do with the trading system, but it allows me to visualize something is happening where I think it should, when I think it should happen. So this is forward testing, current live data, and this is what I use where I back test. Now, the thing to know about this is any trades that are visualized here are in this IRT simulated environment. I'm obviously not going to be developing a strategy and doing it in the live market, risking my own money. That's, I think if you look that up in the dictionary, that's stupid, I think is that word. So there we go. And this is the orb trade, which you see the high and the low and the zones. And that's right here. And these values are pushed over to Bookmap so that I can trade them live on this side. Again, this is trades in the simulated environment if I want to back test it or forward test it. All right. There we go. I think I'm zooming along here. Where am I? I'm up to almost 18 minutes after the hour. So let's keep going here. Bear with me, girls and boys. Keep going. Got music happening. I got the mic happening. I got the streaming and the frames framing and no drop frames. And I guess we're okay. One thing I want to also mention, notice that I stream the entire monitors, not just the application. So you can always see any open programs I've got running on the bottom. You can also see the system clock to the second and the date, and you can tie that back to both Bookmap or IRT. So it's absolutely, it's just my effort for compatibility. Going on here now? This looks pretty weird. Okay. Let me make sure that these session prices are moving along here and being pushed to those who use them. I will provide these session prices to anybody that wants them for free. If it would help you, let me know. Drop something in the chat or whatever in comments, and I'll hook you up with it. They push from, I start publishing them on Sunday night at 1700 through typically 1600 on Friday. Today, this week, no, because it's a holiday, but, and it can, 24/7. and they come as a CSV link from Google Drive, so no question of viruses and stuff like that. So let me know. Boy, my eyes, I gotta go wash my hands and face. Okay, now let's move on to the data-driven trading technique here. Let me just say a little bit more about the back testing or forward testing the data. I am not a young trade expert, coding expert, or programmer. So these things take me a long time to develop. And my goal is to be increase or develop my consistently profitable trading business, not become an expert code person. So I'm leaning on a new thing called Edgeful here, which is a data-driven probability and statistics application specifically for what we do. So first thing we're going to do is change this one to the Chicago Globex. And we are on the MES 1 year. We don't want retracement. Let's get back up here to weekdays. So we're not on Wednesday anymore. We're now trading Thursday because this is Globex. So there's a 73% probability we will have a single break. 3.9% probability we have a double break, and 23% or 24% we will not break either IB high or low. Last night we did not. And this is how I start drilling down to determine the statistics and the probability to take these opening range breakout trades. There is an app, a report for the orbs, but I like some additional functionality on the initial balance, and they're exactly the same because I approach these for 60-minute interval exactly the same as the initial balance during the day. So there's that. The handy tool that kind of goes hand in hand with that is right here. I'm sure you're familiar with it. I was not. I'd never used it before, but I discovered when I was refound my Edgeful subscription that there's all of these indicators Edgeful is produced for TradingView, and they're free as long as you have a subscription to Edgeful. So sessions, initial balance range, continuation candle, etc. So what I'm doing now is I'm leaning on these for my data, and we'll continue on with it. Now the first thing, this was from the IB from today, so we need to change that. So we're going to turn that boy off. That dashboard up there in the right upper right, and we'll put this one on because this is tonight's first IB. Or orb, I should say. Okay. So we're 7.25 points wide so far. It's forming. Here it is. The first, one of the key pieces of data for Edgeful is which of these zones formed first. Well, so far, they're even because the first candle got them both. But I'd say that's not the case. Hold on over here. Well, when I look at the, I could be the first one. This is because these are 5-minute candles. What we have in reality, by looking at bookmap, bookmap, the orb high was formed first, and then the low was formed second. That could change instantly if we come up here and push a new high. Then it would turn around and be the opposite direction. Then the orb high would have formed second, and the orb low will form first. And that's got an impact on our statistics. So here we go. This morning, perfect by the numbers, statistics, data-driven trade that I missed because I wasn't at my desk. I was driving, stuck in traffic, and yesterday, the same exact situation. Really frustrating. In fact, that's one of the reasons I'm exploring this orb, these Globex possibilities here, to see if there is interest, because it's pretty quiet and I'm generally not pulled in any other directions. So we'll see. Quiet. We mean yesterday, like I said, now. Yesterday night, no breakout. The entire hour, nothing. The first hour of the Globex, nothing. Of Asia, nothing. And then they broke it out over here at whatever time that was, at 2000, right at the first hour, right at the orb set, and it never came back for a trigger, and off it went. Quite disappointing, to say the least. One of the things I've noticed about these orbs, and here you have a real good definition of it right here. There's only 7 points wide. Well, what's that mean? 7 divided by 4, huh? It's about 2 points. That's not any meat on the bone. If the entire orb range is only 7 points, that's not worth trading. It's not of any interest to put on risk. But we'll see how tonight fares. I'm real hopeful that these develop into something, and because it would be good for me. But I am not, how should I say this? I don't suffer from FOMO or revenge trading or over trading or, other monkey boy specialities. Monkey boy is my euphemism for all of the things that plague us as traders psychologically. And most of which came down in our DNA, because, that kept us alive once upon a time on the savannah somewhere. But is kind of counter to our progress now as traders. FOMO and all of those things, risk aversion. And you never get over those emotions. You're always going to, adrenaline's always going to impact you. So's dopamine, so is cortisol, anxiety, all that stuff. But what I have to do is recognize and stay vigilant about my state, and know when Monkey Boy's acting up, and I invite him out to the backyard, and I don't need his help. So I don't succumb to overtrading, or actually probably one of my bigger problems, I would suppose, if someone analyzed it from another trader would analyze it, would be lack of trading, paralysis by analysis or whatever, which I suppose has to do with fear in a sense, but and I need to address that. But on the other side of the coin, I don't chase or overtrade or revenge trade or those kind of things. So we all have our different demons. Not at all unusual for me to stand here from 7 o'clock in the morning until 2100 at night and not take any trade for a week or two. That if nothing sets up and triggers, then I don't take a trade. No makey uppy discretionary stuff. Except having said that, I am moving forward with a conviction that I need to start focusing on asymmetrical trade locations. It's just not sure exactly where to frame them. And there are ones that I don't think I could ever, maybe somebody could code up that and, statistically backtest them. I don't know how you could do that. For example, if an asymmetric, I'm not saying now is the time to do that, but an asymmetrical trade location, the swing high, swing low, and you think, come up here and we test down again, or here and we test down and we don't get anywhere. You put on an asymmetrical trade, which is asymmetrical relationship of risk to reward. So you put a long on here and you can put a 1 tick stop or 2. Then you're wrong there. You risk essentially nothing for a potential. And we've just taken out the high now. So our data has now flipped. The orb low has been set first because we just did that. So let's have a look over here. See that we just did that right there, and there's our orb. Gotta get this up where it's bigger, I think. So now we have the orb low first and the orb high. We are through the first 30 minutes, so need to start narrowing down our filters for the data. What is this? I don't know why I'm doing that, but I guess maybe they reset it after the session starts. I don't know. Who knows? I'll have to start over, I would imagine. It'll be on gap fill, yeah. That's always the one. What's this say? Okay, I'm not into doing that right now. Thank you very much. So let's look at the next step of our orb. First of all, let's make sure we're on the right date. And we're not. See, when it rebooted, it set us back. Okay. ES2 did that. Not nice. 1 year. Okay. Globex, that's stuck. All right. So now, Thursday. Let's go to Thursday and stop moving, dork. Let's look at rejection. The orb low was formed first. And now. And I got rid of all my stuff there. Damn it. So Thursday, when it reset, it didn't remember this stuff. Okay, Thursday. Orb low. MES, 1 year. Boom, make sure everybody's okay. They are, all right. $60-minute orb or initial balance. And here's our zone, our session, so that's correct. So at this point, with this data that we have filtered so far, on this day, looking back a year, we have a 70.97% probability that we're going to break the IB high or the orb high first. That will be the first break level. And only 33% it would be the low. This is the if this relationship should stay this way, this is the kind of a situation that I would seriously consider a front run. Because the data is saying essentially you don't have any freaking hope that you're not going. Well, here's the problem. You've got the 23% that you're not going to break out either side. But as far as the low goes, you know, you're not going to worry about that one for the single break. So, there you go. That's how I'm thinking about it. If you have a better way to look at it, let me know. And we'll see how it materializes here. Still a real narrow range, remember. What is it? 8 points. Only 8 points. So each one of these is only 2 points. That ain't enough meat on the bone. Even if you got down here, even if you have a breakout and a pullback to the 50% level, you're only looking at 4 points. That's not a lot. That's not a lot. Still 34C over here. It's about 95, I guess. 494. Over this weekend, I'm going to take advantage of the market being closed these 3 days and be able to do some real testing. This orb is crunched into my homework period because this is the period of time where I would do my back testing and replay testing and that stuff. And now I just don't have the horsepower anymore to stay up later than that. You know, I want to be sharp in the morning for the stream and for my trading, and so by the time I'm done, it's like 14:50 an hour. That's ridiculous. Okay. Hey, Duran. Thanks for reminding me. Oh, sorry about that. Yeah. I think my wife reminded me to pay the lease on some stuff and do some banking. I'm like a damn, I don't know what, a mole. And especially I've noticed with this orb story now that I have this stream, I used to keep a day, I had a stream a day and now I have two. I'm starting to wonder, I have to remember what day it was and is and day of the week. And I guess that's also, the old guy, let's be nice to the old guy. Well, we got about 10 minutes and the orb's going to set and exactly nothing's going to happen. As was the case yesterday. There's a fella that a trader that comes member here and drops in often the Globex also. And I'm going to try to see if I can figure out how he has this going. Well, okay, let's look at the first. Just different time frames on the orb, right? People do them. This is 1 hour, which is the same as the initial balance. A lot of people do 15 minutes. Some do 30. Some do 1 minute. This particular trader that I'm thinking of, this colleague here, he uses the 30-second box, or he calls it his box. It's basically a 30-second orb. Breaks out above it long, breaks out below it short. Now, I was trying to set that up so that we could see what that was, but I don't think we can. Let's see if I can get it. Yeah, there's 30 seconds. Okay, so here's the 30-second line. So the 30-second orb here, let's try a rectangle. The 30-second orb would be there so far. So what would he have done? Well, he would have gone short down here and had a disappointing turn of events, except it hasn't come up to the, has it come up to his stop? I don't think so. One of the problems with this is, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. With Bookmap, it's hard for me to extend these things. It would be so handy if you could just extend the damn thing, you know what I mean? Now, you can this way, but it's not very convenient. For me, and I'll tell you what I do differently then is this. I just go back here and I draw a horizontal line there, and a horizontal line down here, and they do extend, all the way. And then we can get rid of this guy right over here. Now we have the orb high and low. So let's get in here now and see what we've done. Well, if he would have taken this one short, what are we talking about here? 34 to 31 is only 4 or 5 handles. And this would have been a stop, I guess. I'm not sure. I've never really asked him if he puts a stop on the exact opposite side or how he does that. He just makes a comment, well, you know, in his box, and he usually has a very successful trading experience. Typically gets paid early on, and then, yeah. But I'm not gonna, you know, we won't continue this. I don't want to confuse the issue here, but it's interesting. So many different ways to approach this game, this business. I believe that the correct approach is to approach it as a statistical or business of probabilities, and to not approach it as a video game or gambling. That's why I'm try to be rigorous and really hold the line about only taking vetted trades, because that's the theory or the thesis of my belief. And it's not just something I dreamed up. It's the conclusion or the common knowledge of the most successful traders in the world. Jim Simmons and Tom Sosnoff and all those guys, you know, trade occurrences, probabilities, in differing degrees, with differing degrees of discretion. I think Sosnoff probably trades 100% on discretion by looking at the markets. Simmons and, you know, the most successful traders in the world, Simmons and Renaissance Technology, absolutely no discretion. It's all computer-driven, algo-driven. And some of the most successful, you know, high-frequency trading now is all algo. And it's all done by identifying a strategy or a occurrence that happens frequently. Obviously, you don't want to have a once a year. That wouldn't help out much, unless it was for a hell of a big trade. But and then you design or you identify the rules around that, like I have, for example, here. And then you can backtest it. And if it has a positive edge, you take that trade every time it presents itself in the live market. And you're leaning on the law of large numbers to manifest that percentage to your bank account. That is the business model used by the most successful traders. And in case it sounded familiar to you, that is the business model of the gaming industry from the point of view of the casino. They absolutely do not gamble. Never. They have an edge and they have rules, and they are leaning on the law of large numbers. When a gambler wins and the house loses money or pays them, that's cost of doing business. And that's why you never see emotion on the floor of a casino, really. They don't care whether they lose or not. Their only mission in life is to trade that game, play that game as many times as they can in 24 hours. Because the law of large numbers manifests. I mean, it's a fact. It's a fact of statistics. You can look it up. So that's what I'm trying to lean on here. This trade, this setup, which I back tested rigorously and everything, worked really well for a couple of 3 months. And then to do with the real volatility in this war thing, it took way more stops than were accounted for or were recognized in the back test. So I pulled it down. You should never change a strategy or a system until it exceeds one of the parameters in the backtesting data, because it could well be within random distribution. So there's that. Anyway, that's what I'm doing. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it, buddy. So we're punching them up here. Here was our long down here. I should have left it in there. Oh, of course, it's almost time for the orb to set 16 or 1800. And we've got another hour before Asia. So let's get back to the data here and stop reminiscing here. So here we are. Orb low formed first. Orb high is just being punched out here. This will likely be the ending zone location because the ending zone is determined by the closing price of the last candle within the whichever range size you have. In my case, 1 hour. So these are 5 minutes. What will happen here is this closing candle will appear, and then the final candle will open in the range but close out of it. So this would likely be the closing, the ending zone price could be. And the way you assign the percentages is it goes opposite the first level formed. 0 to 25, 25 to 50, 50 to 75, 75 to 100. So let's see what happens here in another 20 or 30 or 40 seconds. And then we can go put this in our Edgefield data and get the real McCoy and see what we think. Trade data, we're at 9.5 points, so say 10 points. So each one of these is 2.5, 2.25 points. Still, that's pretty skimpy. It's only 5 points across this, 5 points across that 50% line if it pulls back to the 50. But we'll see. Okay, so there is our ending zone candle right there. That's the closing price for the last candle inside of our zone. So that is a 0 to 25 range. You notice that we put in the IB now, first formed low, breakouts, no. So let's get back to the data table, data setup, and let's put that closing data in. And now what do we have? Ooh, boom, 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 boom. 100% probability we're going to break the IB high first. In looking back 1 year in this station with this setup as we have it now. Now what have we done? Well, now we're pulling back to the 25. We haven't broken out yet. And this is the tempting part for me is to take a front run. But you see what we're doing? We're pulling back now below the 25 down towards the 50 and the POC. We haven't taken the statistic. So there's really no way to be leaning on the retrace. And my typical feeling about this Globex stuff is not to front run. I'll show you exactly why. There we were. There we did it again. Exactly the same, only reverse. High first. Or was it? No, low first. Down here, we would suspect the low. Didn't ever take it. If you got up here and tried to front run this, you had a pretty dismal day. That's the part that worries me about front running these in this Globex. My initial feeling is to hit it, hit into it down in here at the POC or the VWAP for the long. But I agree that that there's a 100% probability we will take out the high if it breaks. There's also a 23%, if you remember, 24% probability that nobody breaks out. And here's a reversal, A, B, C. Should have gotten long right there. I should have gotten long right here. However, that would only be 5 points across there. That's not much risk or not much potential reward for the risk. I hate to sound like a stuck record or a wuss, but that's exactly how I think. As much as I would like to put a trade on here, It's not data driven. There is 100% probability that we would break out. The single break would be the top. I agree with that. But there is no probability that there's a 23% probability we don't break either side, even though the top would be the first broken. And yesterday we didn't do that. We didn't. A few days ago we didn't. Not an uncommon occurrence in this particular opening range. As much as I would, monkey boys swinging from the fan here that we need to be in a trade would be great, but I don't think that's prudent. Now there's some interesting variations on these trades. If you get it down to the 50% level, first of all of the retrace and all of those things have to do with after the initial balance, high or low, has been taken out. The rest of it is just gambling. I think it's going to go up here because maybe. And if you want to be precise about it, there's a double top and it didn't break through it, and we got lower highs and lower lows. So I'm not going to do that, but one guy I saw is using a philosophy that he'll say enter at the 50, put a stop loss. His typical trade was he would enter at the 50 line, stop on the bottom, target at the top, and then 1-to-1. So his new philosophy is he enters here and he puts a stop on the 25 or the 75. If the stop gets hit, see how this works? If the stop gets hit, he flips around and puts an entry short here and oh wait, I must have that wrong because it doesn't make any sense. He's got it figured out where it's the same risk to reward or profit factor. Because you're taking a smaller loss, a stop, it still would work out to the same risk. That doesn't make any sense. Makes no sense. I wasn't sure it made sense when he was talking about it, but I'll have to figure it out. And here we are in the POC, right? It's a little bit worrisome to me also that, Tweets R Us could come dropping out of the sky at any time, at any moment. And again, this is not data based on, this is not a data-driven trade to front run this level. So there you go. They're going to get down here to this 50 and call my bluff. And if you sort of look at what happened in the day, the just finished session, we went ripping up here and then fell out of gas. Actually closed below our open. Here's the open. As much as I hate to say this, I think I will stand my ground and wait for the statistic. Especially in light of the fact that we're only talking about, 3-4 points here. 3 points. Good. Oh, this is only 4 or 5. It would be 5, 2.5 each. Each one of these zones is now 2.5 points because we're at 950. It's actually less than that. The orb formed at 950, set at 950 points. So, yeah. There we go. All right, I'm going to go out and tee up here. I see here. Tap to 50. I'm so glad. I think the way that worked was, oh no, wait a minute. I'm not sure. I'll have to look at that strategy again. There's always, everybody's got. And there have been several instances recently where it takes out the other side. Right here is an example. On the right window? Nope. Okay, here's an example. In Asia yesterday. IB low was put in first. That means IB high. And what did they do? Took out the IB low first. Mm-hmm. So this, here we sit. Here we sit on a 9.5 point range. Just, yeah, there's this this is the probability. And I would say, okay, good. But that doesn't mean that we will take any, because you need to remember that there was this probability right here. Double break, no break, single break. So it's, yeah, there's a 75% probability, 73% probability that we will satisfy the IB high, which is 100%. But there's still 23% that we will not, that we won't break either one. And I'm not sure, you know, that how much of this I buy into over here, if you stop and think about it. And I can tell you exactly why this is 100%. There are so few occurrences with this exact setup. And here they probably are. The low formed first, there's 14. The low first break was the IB high. So that's 100% of them. There's only 14 of those instances in a year, which, if you just think about it for a minute, there's 52 Thursdays in a year. So this is 100 minus 14 is what the probability of not, well, there was no breakouts of the low. So it's 0. I'm just trying to think about it, if it makes sense or not, you know. Let's punch out a couple of years. Let's see what 2 years does. Well, there you got now 7% probability that we might get the. So there were 27 instances out of 52, which is about half, I think, where the low formed first. $23, the high broke. 2, the low broke first. But this doesn't make any sense to me, data-wise, because there's 52, well, I think there is, 52 Wednesdays in a year. I guess you'd have to look at the exact dates. Yeah. I was going to say it doesn't add up, right? Because there should be 52. If you got 27 down here, you better have 27 up here. And there isn't. There's only 13. So what happened to the other 14 of them? What happened to the other 14 Wednesdays? I'm sorry, Thursdays. Huh. If you see my, maybe I'm nuts. A lot of people would agree with that diagnosis. Let's keep going out and see whether we ever get to a normal number. Oh, and remember, now we're out to 3 years. So this is not 52. It should be, 156. 3 years. I'm going to have to get my Google Sheets out and my fingers and get my shoes off so I can do some counting and get everything. It doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, yeah, I'm not sure that is correct. I want to be sure that the data I'm leaning on makes sense. One of the things about Edgefold that you can do is you can go back here at each one of these dates and look at them. And that's what is really handy about TradingView. And remember that, that's also one of the problems. That's the criteria that's taken out, is this ending zone. Yeah, I'm glad I rolled down there and saw that. I didn't think about it because it's not up in this data. This is the ending zone. So there is not every day where that ending zone was correct. If we change this filter back to all days, these should add up to the right amount of days. Well, let's see. Let's go look at all days then. I'm so cute. Thursdays, okay, all days. Now let's see what happens. $20 and 7 is 27 and... No, 20 and is 51 in a year, okay. That sounds about right, doesn't it? 2 years, I better say 100 and change. 44 and 58. Yep. Pretty close. Okay. So it's the ending zone that's putting the wrinkle in it. And that's okay. But that still doesn't mean that that there's a good probability that we're going to achieve one or the other, because there's a 24% probability that we do not. So, and this is looking like a do not kind of a day here to me. And the same was yesterday. If this starts to being, the norm, then I will not do this stream anymore, unless Asia picks up the slack. But I'm not doing this for my health. I'm doing this for trading, for opportunities. And if I don't see, I've taken one trade in this orb since I started this in 4 weeks. One actual by the numbers trade. That set up, and it happened to be in this Globex. It was not in Asia. The problem that I've seen in Asia is it can, wind on. It goes until 4 a.m, for Christ's sake. Well, it could wind on until forever, way past when I'm done. Assuming that we do take a breakout of the IB high, orb high, the next order of business would be the retracements. So, assuming that the high breaks over here, there is, with all the setup that we have, there's then a 46% probability that we retrace to the 25 and a 27 to the 50. So, there's a 47% probability that if we break the high, as we are supposed to, that we'll retrace to the 25. And another 27% we get down to the 50. I like to break down stats a lot better. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't think I had the right window up. Oops. Just for anybody new coming through or watching this later, this is my virtual trading journal. This is risk neutral trading. I only trade live, real time based, and I only execute statistically verified, vetted setups or trades. Not discretion, not rearview mirror, not replay. Live right here. Boom. Okay. Here's the setup. You know, we're talking about the data over here. And we break out, we're going to pull back. We anticipate that we're going to take an entry long there, and we take the long. Or we don't. And if there's no setups and there's no triggers, there's no trades. And the stream has none. That's that simple. That is trading as opposed to gambling. This orb is getting closer and closer to being dropped from the playlist here. I wish I had a way to, I wish I knew better how to handle this trading view thing. I don't really know. Oh, one thing I do know. No, I don't know that. Okay. Well, there's not a really good representation of it. Breaks out, pulls back, goes up again, and then Bob's your uncle, you get spanked. No breakouts. I need to figure out a way to be able to... This one was phenomenal here. This was crazy town. And then look at that. But, and it actually, so this is actually not a structured trade. This is not a data-driven trade because this is the final candle. And it went rocketing up there and never came home. And here's another issue that I need to deal with, make sure that I have squared around in my mind. In another few minutes, the Asia session starts at 9:30. 1900. So what I typically do is reset the zones and all of that stuff for 1900 and start looking at that one, and I reset the session. So in other words, this becomes its own thing. And in this case, I was put in first. low broke out, and then it immediately went exactly the other way. Look at this thing. All these levels. Look at all these levels lined up over here. Previous orb low. All these high points in the range. I'm not saying that means anything. It's just interesting. Yeah, I don't know. It's too easy to succumb to Monkey Boy and his wiles and being able to see patterns that aren't really there. That's one of the real downfalls of humans in general, is spotting patterns that don't actually exist, or, believing they're there. Well, this is exactly going the opposite direction for the 100% breakout, huh? I'm ever fearful too that Tweets R Us is going to come dropping out of the sky here. What may be going on over here? I don't know what he's up to, but it's hopefully he's having dinner and relaxing or golfing or whatever. Now. Oh, wait, no. These are his two events of the day. Doesn't look like there's any more. Let's hope. Again, it's not political at all. I just don't want some random crap to happen if I'm in a trade. I want to know about risk, if I can, in advance. And I don't think it ought to be any secret to anybody that this is a real volatile situation when tweets or speeches or press conferences or signing something or another's or whatever they call them, executive orders. Never saw so much of that in my life. It must be a Stephen Miller thing. Oh, this is boring. This is painful. This is painful. Oh, I'm tired. Where Monkey Boy starts toying with your mind as you start seeing these kind of moves and thinking about front running and all this stuff. Ever need to be sure and you understand this is 10 handles or less. 9 and change. Top to bottom. If your risk to reward in your trading plan is 5 points is good at maximum, well then, okay. Then, you could think about that. But now you're talking 2.5 points if your entry is really good. An asymmetrical trade, long. Stop. Targeting the top and above. Could do that. I'm not going to, but could. And right now the data is just is nothing, as it should be. There is no data. We know what the data is, and that's that. In case you're new or something, or under a rock or whatever else, Friday's a holiday for the 4th of July, and tomorrow is non-farm payroll, among others, but that's obviously the biggie. And this is paint dry. We're watching paint dry. Or grass grow, or whatever, you know, all those euphemisms about nothing happening. I think about this, I mean, here's the market bobbing around, right? I think about all the people that are trying to trade that, are trying to force trades. Who in them, who? Now, granted, there may be somebody that's trading 50 cents. You know, these are 50-cent moves. Half a point. Oh. I don't think that is a long-term winning strategy to try to do that. Even scalpers. I mean, high time frame? Of course. They are, I'm sure they're busy trading the hell out of things. High frequency guys. Computers, I guess. I don't know. They probably get in when there's real light volatility. Either they shut them off, or those things could probably get into a cycle of trading each other, because all they're trying to do is get the edge and front run, and then, you know, take that little piece out of the middle, that spread or whatever. Do that a million times, and there you go, a lot of money. All these poor Robinhood people that think they're trading for free, and isn't it great, all that. Robinhood makes millions of dollars selling the order flow to high frequency trading operations like Citadel, so that they can front run all those retail guys. You know, they see your order, they buy just ahead of you, and then they wait for it to go up and sell it back to you. Even worse than a bucket shop. I think, in my opinion. Better liven up here pretty quick. I'm not so sure that it's going to, but at least we'll try. We'll have hope, right? Oh, look at it. And there they're going to break it down now and take out the IB low, or the orb low, contrary to the data, in anticipation of Asia. Or somebody said something, or who knows what. Well, there's the range taken, contrary to the data, 100%. Yeah. So the initial balance breakout was low. So we have are we going to get a 57% retracement to 25? Probably. But the important number is right here. Lows form first. All these things being equal, there's 100%. We're going to take the high. So I don't think that that's... and now we have just satisfied this 58% probability for the retrace of 25%. And we're heading up to the 50. So do I go short? This would be a short. I wasn't awake enough here. I should have been thinking about it between the 50 and the 25. But I missed it. And I won't chase it. And thank you, Monkey Boy, for reminding me of that. This is only 2.5 points. So say 3 points. And of course, now it's going to fall out of bed and drop 50, But in reality, that's what it was. Something's going on. Somebody said something, or something's happening. This is not normal. Out of a dead market to all of a sudden get into it like that. I don't think. Disappointingly, I didn't pick up this double, whatever you want to call it up here. Tweezer or something or another or whatever. Well, shoot. Okay. Well, that's over. That's over and done. Damn it. Janet. So there we are. There it is. Yes, that's correct. Okay, and now I'm going to change the dashboard box up there from down here. To this one. Because it'll start forming in about 10 minutes or 15 or whatever. whatever we have here, 10 minutes. There you go. Well, that's a shame. I did miss that trade. It wasn't exactly in my location, and I'm not, I don't think 3 points is enough. But of course, as it sells down like this, all of a sudden that starts turning into 5 and 6 and 10 points, and then regret starts to happen. Remember, we put in this low. Well, this is interesting. Where am I? Okay. Yeah. So here we are. Here's the orb. Here is the low before. Start over. This is the curb trade. Here's the cash close of the RTH session. This is the curb trade down here. This is between 3 and 4. And then the session breaks and then opens at 5. So here was the low they put in after the cash close. And look at it, it's just right along all of this London support, and interesting, isn't it? And then we're up here. I'm not saying that, who the hell knows, but interesting. Definitely a line across here for sure. Now, I'm feeling a little better about missing that one. My plan was, as I hope I made clear, if this did pull back, actually, I'm lying. I didn't really have a plan because we had been planning on, and the data was indicating breakout at the high. So this was the breakout on the wrong side. We did pull back to the 50 within the requirement. And what would that have been? 35 to 28. 6 handles. Or 5, 3, yeah, 6. 6 handles. If in fact you got out exactly at the low, who does that? Because you're going, yay, we're going down, we're going to the moon, we're drilling a hole, whatever. You don't, Now the problem is you're back on the stop, you're coming back to the entry, and so not good. Yeah, I'm not upset at all that I didn't take that trade because it goes against the data completely. And we're getting ready to have Asia open up here, and they seem to always do some magical wizardry here. Look at Asia. Bloop, bloop, boom. Same thing over here. Look at this and then that. And seems to be obvious. I mean, it makes sense that when real traders hit the floors in Asia and Tokyo, etc., that their volume must increase exponentially, I would think. Well, 4 minutes, 5, 6 minutes until Tokyo or Asia or whatever you want to call it. And we can start looking at that data. Okay. This didn't amount to a hill of beans over here. Let's start looking at the Asia data. Where did I go? Where did Asia go? Here we are. Okay. Let's look at this starting from the top here by weekdays. Well, about the same story here, 24.75. Excuse me. All right. No great shakes there. Again, with the orb blow put in first or second or whatever else, and away we go. I'm going to take off, clean all these up now. And all right. So depending on which level is formed first and all that, it's the same drama over and over and over again. That's how it works. That is exactly how it works. So I was cooling way down. It's only 33 now. It's way down to 92. Jeez. Yeah. Wonder how the state fair is doing. And the millions and millions of taxpayer dollars. Reflecting pools, state fair, refitting that 747 from Qatar into the Air Force One. That was, if that wasn't over $1 billion, I will be quite surprised, because I know something about what goes on inside those Air Force Ones. I mean, there's hard points. There's the entire, one of the lower deck where the normal cargo would be is got a galley, and that's where all the communications people are. I mean, it's really, it looks like a 747 on the outside, and then it's all an executive interior on the main deck, right? So, yeah, that had to be in the upper hundreds of a million, and I would not be at all surprised about $1 billion. That's all money out of our pockets, boys and girls. Wouldn't it be nice? You need to find a place where you don't pay tax. Yes, the way to not pay tax is be elected to be a politician, get elected to government. I guess they seem to be able to dodge every one of them. Don't have money for child lunches, you know. But we can spend however many $1 million for a freaking ballroom or a state fair. Yeah. Well, we're going to be on the... Asia is going to come ripping out of the gate here in about 30 seconds or less. Nothing going to happen, but we'll just jump over here, and this will start plotting normally. And Asia will come up, and here we are over here. It's 19. The Asia session opens at 1900, which has just happened. Until 20. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch all these levels to Asia. With my secret wizard magic here. My secret wizardry is going to do that. I'm glad I figured out how to code that much up. At least I could do something. And Asia's going to keep dropping. So if we were in a short, and we'd be happy, right? If we were in that short right here, we would have taken very little heat and be in the money. That's one of the problems that I haven't really sorted out in my own mind. What do I do if I'm in a trade when Asia open in that exact situation? I don't know. Well, what I'm standing here right now, looking at that right now, I would say, well, yeah, I'm going to be in a trade. I'm going to be happy about it. Here come our levels across now. They're in the right place. There we go, and there we go, and there they are. So that's pretty cool that works. But look at this. This is smackdown. So 95. Oh, what is this? 35 or something? Yeah, 35 to 25. So 10 points right there. Well, at least they've opened that up. Let's see what our friends at TradingView are saying about all this. Okay, there's the Asia starting. We're at 10 3/4 points already. That's exactly right, huh? Just isn't it great when a plan comes together? So yeah, were I a wizard and we had this breakdown and we pulled back here between the 25 and the 50 and we're short, and now we're down here, and boy, aren't we great traders? That's how rearview mirror guys work, isn't it? I saw this and I saw that, and therefore I'm rich. Therefore I have there's a big difference. I hope it's clear. You know, there's a huge difference between rearview mirror trading and, oh, I saw this and I saw that and we did this, and making these levels up as you go along. Then analyzing what trade has just happened when you're standing, deliberating to trade or not. And I hope that I articulated it well. You need to remember that this voiceover is me talking to myself, essentially out loud, so that it gets included in the recording, so I have a complete journal. We had this, I discussed these double top. Maybe that was the place to short. At that point, it was between 25 and not much of 50. And I could show as many times on TradingView that we didn't stay aligned with the orb, or the Globex orb, and then now we've got Asia going on over here. One thing seems to be certain, they're not really excited about going up. That's cute. What was all that about now? Make sure nothing else got funky over here. Nope. Okay. I could put a line on it for the Asia Open, but it's right there at 1900. This picked it up perfectly, so I don't think I'm too worried about that. I know what my timing is down here, so, you know. They basically brought them up a little bit, and now they're discontinuing the sell-off from the day, which makes logical sense. You know, here's the highs, and there it is. Ooh, now, come on. there it is, and they close, and they just a little bit of reloading, and then down they go for more. Isn't very surprising, I don't guess. I'm going to be really disappointed if I've had these two beautiful, data-driven, perfectly anticipated, articulated by me trades that I was not able to activate or act on because I was not at the desk. And they would have both been beauties. And tomorrow's the last day before the holiday, right? And you have to be real spooked about and careful. It's also non-farm payroll. You know that treat Pumpkin Boy is going to be all over everywhere with a microphone. You know that. They're consolidating down here. Are they going to hammer it? So we put the IB high in so far, the orb high first. Because, well, we haven't. Here was where we started, and we're still within 5 minutes. So this is definitely before this. So if you were on a less than a 5-minute bar, you would be seeing that in there. Here's what I'm talking about. There's the bar, opening bar, and there we are. Oh yeah, 15 minutes. I went 5 minutes. Duh, football. Sorry about that. There we go. Yeah, there's the bar. So we put in the orb high first. Now we haven't punched a new orb low out yet. So we're still working on this same high and low range. But I would say that's probably going to fall. Never know. Never know. And remember this, this is today's session. Complete indecision. Nothing happened. Opened, closed. Buy and tail, sell and tail. a little more selling than buying from the looks of it, but and both pretty much exactly on the wick test over here. A little bit higher. Here we go, up, up, up and away. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Are we gonna get there? Are we gonna go? Which way are we gonna go, Daddy? Well, well, well. So we're almost put in a new high, meaning that the orb low will then be the first level form, but not quite. That's it right over there. Wait a minute. What's going on here? How did that get there? Oh, okay. According to this, that's the high. Let's see what it says here. 34.75. I think I trust TradingView probably. Yeah. Okay. There seems to be a difference or some discrepancy in the clock that Bookmap is using against the session, and it's really irritating. I have done all kinds of things that I could think of. I am running all of this data is IRT or is a rhythmic, right? So in the rhythmic connection, I run it administration, and then it resets the system clock or resyncs the system clock with the data server every 2 minutes. You'd think that would be enough, but I don't think Bookmap picks that up very frequently. That's the reason in the mornings I often have a drama with the RTH volume and delta not resetting properly at the right time. Always did before, but after the last couple of updates, nada. And maybe it has to do with freaking software, I don't know. Are we rich yet? That's the question. You know, it's so interesting. Trading is so interesting. The way the market moves, basically a random environment. Statistical fact that the outcome of the next trade is 50-50. Can only tick up or down. We put time on it. The market doesn't do that. If you didn't have this thing moving down here, this would just be going up and down like that. Do. That's it. Much as happens with market profile, that's much as what market profile does. But it's pretty interesting to see how it works and what the dynamics behind it. Wish I had a better insight to that. And you know, when you stop to think of all the billions of dollars that happen every day and market on close imbalance where there are, 10 billion contracts imbalance, sell side or something, you would think it should be pretty easy to just take a handful of points out of the market every day. And that would be more than enough for me to be, take care of everybody here and be contented. Obviously, you want to make more, but on the other hand, it is pretty strange. And of course, that's the same thing that every retail trader thinks, right? It's the whole, that's the hook, the bait and the hook. We have nothing now. We have the high formed first still. So that's holding firm. Let's make sure I'm not full of crap. I hate it when that happens. Yeah, baby. Yeah. This was the first bar, by the way. The first 5-minute bar. Put them both in, and we haven't taken either one of them out yet. So, and we're on 12 points wide. Why is that doing that? So how do I do that? Okay. Okay, so what do, I see. These all have to be updated. Okay, I hope that doesn't break something. Let's go. Why not? Let's see. There we go. Everybody's updated. Wasn't that quick? I don't know what happened, but I think that I saw something about that. It's got to do with the time zones down here. Oh, that worked pretty slick. I gotta tell you, this freaking program is slicker than a whistle. I gotta, yeah. Maybe I'm, ooh, shiny. Maybe I'm just easily amused, maybe. Now, if your monkey boy is all, if monkey boy tricked you and locked you out in the backyard, you can see all kinds of opportunities around. I'm sure he's got lots of them. Here's one. Oh boy, we're going down. And look at here, here's a triple witch or a head and something or another. None of which are real, of course. And isn't it interesting to see the book map progression here? This is the last price. 5-minute bars, or 5-minute sequence. And look at the difference with a 5-minute bar. How much more quiet and somewhat logical looking it is. Interesting, yeah? Lots of noise going on over here. A lot of noise. Port noise complaints. Remember, we're only in this 20 minutes here. This is the Asia orb that's working now. So we're in it until well, the orb sets at 2000. And usually I fade or somewhere between 2030 and 2100. With no trades on for sure. Well, are you going to get up here and push this high out, or what are you going to do here, kids? Sorry about that. Hit the mic boom with my water pitcher. Look at him go. Ooh, baby. New? Did they make a new high yet? No. Be kind of flabbergasted if they keep this volatility and they keep it all inside the first candle. Wouldn't that be something? I can't imagine that, but I guess stranger things have happened. There we go. Now we took a high out. Now we got a new one. Oh. So. What this damn thing is doing that for, but I don't know what to do about it either. What is this, a session high or something like that? Is that what this is all about? How do I move that? I guess that's the session high. Nothing I can do about it. I don't like it in the middle of my box or in my dashboard, baby. So we did have a little gapitosis, don't we? I see a little gap from the high here to this new one. So now we have the opening range low set first. So there you go. What is this? Okay, that's all right. Okay. What is this? News or snooze or something going on down here? I don't know. There's more bells and whistles on this thing you can imagine. All right, so we've definitely pushed in a new high, as you see over here. And sort of the orb low is now the first form, which does change the dynamics of the statistics. Instead of over here, we have over here. Shades of the Globex that we just closed, right? We have all days. We have the right day, Thursday. This is the rejection. We don't have any. Let's just see out of curiosity what that was by weekday. Same. 24, 72, and 4. And excuse me. So we need, this needs to happen. Well, we can, this ending zone cannot be a thing until it's ended, till the orb is in place, right? The first 1 hour. I mean, that should be obvious. And based on a year, look at it, we don't have a lot of data going on here. Interesting. You know, when I think about the last year or so, I think about the market just going up and to the right most of the time, and me being annoyed by that. It's like, why does this economy think it's so wonderful when it's really not? But according to this data, there's a much higher percentage of lows forming first than highs, double almost, on a Thursday, and there should be 52 of them. Anyway, so, okay, here we go. 35.75, let's make sure that that's correct. Since I just set this in. Oh boy, look at there. Good, yeah. I mean, these levels work quite well for me, but once I do some kind of new code thing, I always want to be sure I'm getting the right thing pushed across. There's not some goofiness I'm not aware of. In this case, there doesn't appear to be any skullduggery afoot. All right, well, let's, stand here and wait for data. What can you do? We're coming up at 9:30, or 19:30, so we're in the first 30 minutes of this thing. And, yeah. Now, one thing I can do here with this trade is, assuming that I do that. Oh, I'm really sorry. That's got to be annoying. Oh, that wasn't so loud. I just grabbed my headset real fast. That was really loud when I was standing here. Clinking my mic against, or my glass against, accidentally hit the mic boom. All right, so that wasn't terrible. With multi-brackets, there is a stop and there's profit target. So assuming I get in a trade that's, signals and the data, a data-driven trade, I can stand here and manage it until I'm pooped, and then I could, unless I was way in the money, take it off, or I can leave it on because I got stops and targets. And just, see what I find when I come up in the morning. Now, one of the problems of that with this, with Lucid as opposed to AMP, for example, I would hesitate to doubt that it's server side. Not sure how Rhythmic deals with that. That's something to look into. Well, they keep poking the top up here. We got a double top thingy going on. Ooh, a bar trade. Look at here. There's a consolidation, breakout, retest, breakout, retest. They're going to keep going up. Here's one of my favorite all-time. I hate them worse than death ledges. Another one. This is RTH session, remember. Here's the same corresponding on the full session right now, but look at how they line up with the RTH, right? These are the gap levels. I've left these on just for reference for myself. What I do with these kind of levels after they've been revisited is change the text from whatever color it is to black. None of them are black text, so it's either white or red usually on these flags over here. So we're gone the first 30 minutes. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. So excited. So let's see what we're doing here. So the IB low was formed first. Here's the probability of the IB high being the first break. We haven't got the ending zone yet. And we have 30 minutes to go, so a lot could happen. A lot could happen. All right. 25 minutes to the top of that hour, baby. And that's what we're looking for. That's what I'm talking about. I always hated that expression. Hey, Panda, how are you? Hey, Dad. Well, what in the hell is this now? We got these balls up here we haven't seen for quite a long while. This is by delta. They're delta balls and colored by, by ourselves. Whoever won. And that would be them, right? This is, never mind. Sorry. This is RTH session, not now. But these volume profiles continue to grow. You see, this is right here, as with the delta. It's deceptive to me. I wish there was a way to I want this to be RTH, and I want this to be ETH, just as I have it over here. This volume plopping over here doesn't affect this one at all. That's the way it should be, but it doesn't. That's not the case in Bookmap. You can't shut it off. Like, just watch these values. 29, there's 29.29 right there at whatever that is. Now it's 30. And then it'll be 31 when they come past it again. Yeah, that's no good. I don't know. I don't know what to do about that, or how I don't know. I don't think there's a way to do anything about it. I think I'm just screwed, blued, and tattooed, baby. So, breakout, retest, breakout, retest, breakout, retest, breakout, retest. That's the problem with bar trades. I can see them all over the place. They're like footprint charts. Footprint charts is just, you see everything everywhere. I do. So, 20 minutes. 20 minutes. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that at all. There we go. I start typing in the wrong place and oh, hell breaks loose. Well, it's an active, pretty active. They've pushed it out now to about 15 handles, huh? Wow, really? Is that right? Close. 16 handles. Ooh, well, I didn't do my math very good on that one. So each one of these is 4 points. Now that's a little bit reasonable. Each zone is then 4 points. So if you pull back in the 50s, you got 8 points to the stat. assuming that we get the stat and then we get to pull back and then we do all those things. I again don't find front running to be a good policy. Well, the perfect example was, no, it was not. I was going to say a minute ago, but it was not. And we're up here, up here, up here, up here. This was a front run, but it didn't really get anywhere. And these were only 2 points apiece. Now we've got 4 handles per zone. So if it pulls back into the 50s and targets an edge, there's at least 8 points, which is starting to be a meat on the bone. We got 15 minutes here in a minute, so we'll take a look at where we are data-wise. I'm tired. And of course, remember that if they come down and take a new low, then the whole data model flips on its head, and because at that point the IB high would have, or the orb high would have been formed first. So those probabilities would flip around. I wonder if if magic's trick would the magic trick would work on this. How am I gonna do that? I don't want to screw this up necessarily, but first of all, this is the that's the first print of Asia right there. And I would need to get 30 seconds off of that. Yeah, would have been made money all the way down there. Got to be fast though, you know, it's a fast hit. I don't know how easily that would be to do. Pretty volatile right there, I think. The magic trick. I couldn't even tell you what I think I guess the context is up here in Asia. I just stand here thinking about that. You know, we dropped straight off and then we've been ticking back up ever since. Right now it's flat as a freaking board as far as the Globex or the ETH session in total. This kind of dramatic move on the Asia Open seems to be sort of normal. And I don't see any common sense for why it's doing anything else. Oh, baby, there we go. So now we continue to push them higher. And 8 minutes left. Well, quite clearly the orb below has formed first. We're pushed up here again. We're looking at haven't quite gotten to the IB of the Globex. Sell off, and in line, right? I'm amazed at how frequently these levels kind of line up. You know, like the IB low is exactly there, and this IB high so far is pretty close, and I don't know if that means anything or not. Looks cool. I don't know if it matters. We're still looking to push higher over here. Oh, I think I did. There's a candle block right there. Okay, I was wondering if there was one of those somewhere. Well, we are going to have. Okay, that is the. Oh, that's 55. Never mind. That didn't make any sense. This will be the last. This will be the ending zone candle. This close, and I'm gonna go out on a limb and say it's gonna be right here in this 0 to 24 range. Is going to be my guess. We're about there now. Oh, I might be wrong. Let's let it rip. You're right there. The timing is amazing. And I'm actually looking at something that never fails. And it's fine. It's just coincidence, right? It's just like how can I be just away from the desk 2 days in a row, exactly the time when I have trades I've been waiting for and stalking for over an hour materialize. Isn't that amazing? Truly amazing. So we're going to have this orb high ending zone up here in this range. Let's just jump down here quickly and do that, because I hear her making all kind of noise out there. Okay, so there's an 81% probability we're going to take the high, and 18 we're not. I'm going to take the low. I'd say you better hurry. I'm going to see what Mom was up to. Who's on third? Oh, we haven't closed them yet. Okay. Okay. So, given that statistic, if we take the IB high, then there is a 82% probability that we'll take the IB high. If we look at the, am I on the right thing? Yes, I am. Isn't that amazing? The retracement, what do we have? Boom. 72% we're going to pull back to the 25, and a 49 we pull back. Oh, wrong one. IB high. 63% to the 25 and 33 to the 50. Meaning then, if we break out the high, there's a 63% probability we'll retrace to here. 33% will get back to the 50. What I would do is extrapolate between the two and put a long in right about here, and this orb trade was long. That would be my guess on the trade that I would take if that's what happened. We haven't broken out yet. Oh yes, there's the orb set. So now the orb is in place, and it was definitely a close. It was definitely a close in that higher zone. Yeah. So there's the ending zone number. There's a low force, so 0 to 25. Boom, there we are. So we're 19 handles low. We haven't broken anybody out. Boom. So this is in place, and we are looking at the high, and just about got it. And there we go. So the high's been taken. We got a 63% probability we're coming back here. 33% we're going to come back to there. Oh boy. And maybe nothing happened. But I know that mom's got dinner ready, so I'm going to have to make a decision here to put a resting order and join the family, or and there may not be any or involved. This thing may just go ripping about the top, and adios amigos. Who knows? I'm not real comfortable putting a resting order in here and going to eat. Oh, wait a second here. Look at this. I didn't see something here. This is all weekdays. I didn't change this to Thursday. Ooh, bad little pig. Bad little pig. Okay, 65, 40, 20. All right. Oh, see that? Oh, you didn't see that. I had not set the customization for the date on the retrace report. So I am not thinking we're going to have anything, but I'll put a resting order down here, and what the hell, so what, you know? I think. 65, 40. Don't think we're going to get anywhere, but you never know. Doesn't seem to be going the right way, does it? Why did it do that? Oh, it's putting the orders over here. By 10. All right. So there's all 5 orders queued up to get hit. If it gets taken out on a buy, I'll have the stops below and have targets above. I'm going to go eat. First time I've done that in a long time, actually. Oh, oops. There's what I was talking about. I may take this off because I don't think it likes this over here. See something here before I do that. They may break it up here and then dump it. I'm going to get rid of that order because I don't like doing that. Sorry. I'm a wuss. What can I tell you? I would rather bitch about missing the trade than I'd rather bitch about missing the trade than have it come down and do something stupid. Thing I'm going to miss about this thing. Yeah, well, they're not even looking back. Okay, in a normal, non-data driven, but at least old-fashioned way, this is an IB continuation right here. Pulls back, goes up, trigger, and away you go. Obviously a rearview mirror, but it's the truth. That's an old IBC from the Traders Lab or wherever. And of course I'm not on it, and I wasn't even thinking about it because it's not part of the data idea. Yeah, well, when the train left the station, there were 2 lights on behind, right? Here we have a consolidation, a breakout, and a retest. Right here. Now, that would be a bar trade. My colleagues and friends would be going Yahoo Buckaroo. They'd be getting along all over that. I have never been able to figure it out exactly which way to take it. It's pretty obvious that that's a bar, and that's a breakout, and that's a retest. And I assume the typical philosophy is in the direction of context. But this is, pretty spooky. Spooky pooky. Here we are at the continued the sell down. Now we're back up here to this, back into the value area again, but on just thin ice, just flying up there, skating on thin ice over here. I don't know. The data says long. There's no retrace, so I'm not going to be on one. don't seem like much. This happened. This happens each session. They have a move on, and then it just kind of flattens out, doesn't go anywhere for a while, and then it changes. I'm going to finish dinner. Up to the IB high. Didn't even think about it. Coming back to do the old retrace, get on, take along, whatever. Okay, so great. I'm so excited. I'll hang around here until the top of the hour and then call it. Disappointing. Disappointing. So this was useless. I mean, well, it wasn't useless, but nothing happened, so there was no trade. There was no trigger. Here we go again. Look familiar, but upside down. Yeah. Well, got right to the IB high. a little past. Actually, session high, right? Isn't it? Within a tick or two. No, I'm sorry. Here, I forgot all that. Shit. If I thought there was any kind of opportunities in London, I'd stay up and trade them. I'd get up at 2 and trade that till in the morning just to have peace and quiet and be able to do it. You know, this 2 days in a row of missing opportunities is frustrating, really frustrating. When they're so far and few between with my strategy. If I had a bunch of strategies that were, you know, more than one bullet in the gun, in other words, or arrows in the quiver, or whatever you say, that would be different. But when you're hanging on one or two IB trades and they come and go, it's pretty disappointing there, Bubba Louie. Quick straw. Look at there, huh? Now what's it gonna do? And why do you imagine they would do that? I don't understand the point of all of these things sometimes. I mean, that's essentially just straight up squeeze, I guess. Now this, you know, now's the point when Monkey Boy and I start agreeing on stuff here. That's dangerous. You know, take an asymmetrical short up here. There is nothing more stupid than trying to call the tops. Well, yeah, there is calling the bottom, going short in the hole. Going short in the hole is, you know, the adverse of let's see something here. Sorry. Here's Asia open. Just straight freaking up. Well, my resting order wouldn't have had much to worry about. And had it come down and gotten picked off, wouldn't that have been lovely? So now I don't think there's any more I'm not sure there's any more setups here that would be happening for me tonight. Okay. Okay. How close those naked points of control were from yesterday and today. I attribute the difference here to the fact that this keeps building as we trade over it. You see this? Watch this current one up here. Watch 43.24 or this 85. You see this 31.91s just ticking up? 35, 20. So that's crap. That's actually something that I want to tell Bookmap about. I don't want that to be the case. What if I wanted to know what those values were? That's, oh well. Bookmap could give a shit less what I think. So what do we got here? 1, huh? Oh, 1, 0, 7, 2, 6. And I don't think our micro composites moved at all. My wife's vacuuming. I hope that's not coming roaring through the on my headset to see if I can hear that. Well, I can't, but then I'm deaf as a post, so. Oh, well. Well, it's like everything is. Looks great in hindsight, doesn't it? Especially this one over here. I don't know how doggedly he just takes them. I can set up an orb that's just 30 minutes or 30 seconds too, and I always just look at that. Some seller or buyers up there that aren't getting paid, but that could be no, not at all. I was about to say something magnificently wrong. We came right up to the wick test or this previous high volume node right here. Exactly. Right to that high volume node. Yeah, exactly. And it was, you know, it was also the previous POC from earlier today, from yesterday. I don't think there's any more trades here for me. I don't know of any other setups that would evolve around this. Now, while we're waiting to kind of see whether I'm going to keep going or not. All right, what else here? Now let's see what's going on tomorrow. Let's see what's going on in the snooze, baby. Wow. Previous was 0.8%, and they're importing 2.6. Wow. Good for them. All right, so enough of that. Let's have a look at tomorrow. Oh, baby, look at there, non-farm payroll, 7:30 in the morning, be there, be square. And then we've got all the other stuff, jobless claims, private non-farms. Yeah, it's a biggie. Factory orders, S&P Global Services PMIs, Japan. Okay, so 7:30 in the morning is going to be a big deal. I might fire the stream off early. The hell with it. It's 4th of July. I'm not going to do that. I'll be here, obviously, online, but I will not be streaming. It is what it is, and I'm not going to trade it. So there you go. That's the big event for tomorrow. That's the news. This is investing.com. Typical economic calendar stuff. You can filter it for whatever you want. It's free. No problem. And if you don't know what an employment rate for May is all about in the EU, you notice that the event title turns to a URL, so you can click that and go see what's up, or the non-farm payroll, or whatever you want to do. Man, it's killing me. And Investing Financial Juice is my other news source, which is, it has a calendar feature, and they pull non-economic events into this calendar if they can, but events which everybody knows could have a huge impact on the market from just random risk, right? And this is a Squawk Box, so there you go. I am going to tag that one off. There we are. I don't think there's anything going to happen right over here yet that's important. They're going to pull it back or not, or whatever they're going to do. I'm certainly not going to get into it because there's no data here for me to trade on, even remotely. Called it, oh, well, wait a minute, I lied. Here's a 3-bar reversal here. 1, 2, 3, and we've taken out, so there was the entry right there. If you're trading a 3-bar reversal. There's an old price action for you. All right. I think I'll quit that one too. The data, nothing going to happen there. Yeah. Can't really see this 3-bar reversal very well, but it's there. So there's one, there's the 3-bar and back down. I could throw some charts, some candlesticks on here and you'd be able to see it. All right, I think I'm going to call that a night. I'll be back at, remember the stream, the typical normal stream, risk neutral trading every trading day morning at 8 o'clock Central Standard Time. Pre-market, set everything up, pull the statistics for the session, appropriate session prices, and then trade the day, the RTH trading session for the full day. Tomorrow was Thursday. The next day will be a holiday. And then the 4th of July. So long weekend. R&R, study, homework, whatever. Thanks a lot for coming by. I appreciate it very much. And I will see y'all in the morning at 8 o'clock Central Standard Time. Thanks a lot. I'm tired. Good night. Boom.